All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining us. This is the Township Council meeting for July 26, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34, our YouTube channel. It is available on demand and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-21-210, adopted by the Township Council as conference meeting of November 15, 2021, advertised in the official newspaper on December 30th, 2021, and January 6, 2022, posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Present.
Councillor Russo? Absent. Councillor Schlager?
Here.
Councillor Iacobellis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you. And without objection, we'll adopt the agenda with flexibility. First, we've got a number of proclamations. First is proclamation, like Councilman David Cummings to read. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so much. This is although it's sad to read, it's also honoring someone who is very dear to this township and is a young man who participated in a lot of our parks and recreation activities. I will say that Mr. Doerr, one of those behind-the-scenes guys who made sure everything was good and you were there. So what I'd like to do is read this and read it, knowing that his family, some family members are here, including his daughter I went to high school with. And I will give this to you after I read this. We'll meet at the podium, okay? Hey, Bob. Proclamation in memory of Randolph Perry Doerr. Whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair are saddened by the recent passing of Randolph Perry Doerr, a longtime Montclair resident and Township of Montclair employee. And whereas Mr. Doerr was born and raised in South Dakota, and he graduated from Dakota State University, where he was a football legend who also played basketball and ran track. And whereas Mr. Doerr began his association with the Township of Montclair in 1964 when he was hired as activities director. And whereas in 1968, Mr. Doerr was appointed General Superintendent of Parks, Recreation, and Shade Trees. And whereas when Montclair changed its form of government in 1980, Mr. Doerr was appointed Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. And whereas in 1992, he was named Acting Township Manager, and in July of 1992, he was appointed to the position of Township Manager. Mr. Doerr served under 10 Township of Montclair mayors, and whereas Mr. Doerr was founder of First Night Montclair, president of the Montclair YMCA Board of Directors, was on the Board of Directors for Grassroots and the 4th of July Committee, and a consultant to the Presby Memorial Iris Gardens. And whereas Mr. Doerr provided employment for countless Montclair youth as camp counselors, lifeguards, skate guards, and in parks maintenance. And whereas Mr. Doerr implemented day camps in the township parks, oversaw the project of building the 3 township pools, and supervised the enclosing of the township ice skating rink. And whereas Mr. Doerr was a talented woodworker who crafted name signs for every park in the Township of Montclair. Many are still in place today. And whereas Mr. Doerr was a lecturer at Montclair State University, where he developed a curriculum for an undergraduate degree program in recreation. And whereas Mr. Doerr had the unique ability of being able to walk down any street in Montclair and greet 9 out of every 10 people he passed by name. And whereas Mr. Doerr was decisive, fair, and professional in all his duties and responsibilities for the Township of Montclair, Montclair has benefited greatly from his loyalty and dedication. Now, therefore, the council and the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognize the remarkable contribution of Randolph Perry Doerr, express the thanks of a grateful community, and extends its sympathy to his widow Jackie, son Randy, daughter Julie, and his many family members and friends who will cherish his memory. And Mr. Mayor, I pass this and ask, and I'd like to offer this up to the families. And so move.
Please.
You guys want to come up? Ms. Doerr?
For the whole family. Tell Randy to come on. Tell Randy and Joey to come. Say a word. Jackie and family, I didn't stand up there with you, but, you know, I was on the council when Perry was the manager, and it was a terrific period of a year or two. Brian Scalberry and I both served when Perry was manager, and he was really a very good manager. I have to say, not only a good friend, my wife Christine gives her sympathy to you, but we read about it, we're very, very touched and affected, because he really helped me in the very first 2 years that I served on the council, which is almost 30 years ago when I started. Thank you.
That's nice. Thank you.
Next, we have our proclamation honoring Richard Fleming. And come on up. All right. Adriana, you're going to have to position us, by the way, the right spot for the photo. How you doing, sir? Congratulations and thank you. All right. So come on over here this side. All right. This is a proclamation honoring Richard Fleming for 50 years of service. Whereas, yeah, that's get another round of applause. 50 years. 50 years. It's a long time.
25 more to go.
I love it. I love it. Whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair, on behalf of the municipal staff and all Montclair residents, congratulate Richard Fleming, who has retired July 7, 2022, after serving the township for 50 years. And whereas Richard Fleming was born in 1933, residing on the former Cherry Street here in Montclair. Mr. Fleming began his employment with the township in 1972 and has served the Montclair Police Department in several capacities, initially as a deputy police officer. He then rose through the ranks as an officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and deputy chief. And whereas, following his retirement from the Montclair Police Department as deputy chief of deputy officers, he began working as the department custodian. Mr. Fleming was instrumental in keeping police headquarters operating safely during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for that. Whereas Mr. Fleming has dedicated his life to protecting Montclair and serving the public, which he has proven numerous times throughout his years of service, Mr. Fleming has gained much admiration and respect from his fellow officers and law enforcement officials, as we can see from those honoring you here tonight. Whereas Mr. Fleming's hard work and diligent service to the Township of Montclair Police Department, co-workers and residents alike will be missed. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, hereby do recognize the many contributions of Richard Fleming. He has made our community great, and we join with his family, friends, and co-workers in recognizing and thanking him for his service to Montclair. And we wish him happy retirement in which he could spend time with his family and friends and to further pursue his many interests. Congratulations, and we wish you well. Congratulations, sir. We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
I just have a few words to say about Richie, because we all love Richie, and I felt that I owe it to him to come up here. First of all, people don't know Richie, how hard he works, and I want to go back to the time that you were a deputy here, all the time you served in the township, protecting and serving this town. 2 shootings, he said, okay. I want to thank you for everything you did in our building, maintaining it, helping us keep it operating. All the work you did through COVID, keeping it safe for us. And I just want to share a brief story about Rich, which kind of sums up the type of character he is. When we first learned about COVID, it was new to everybody, and all we knew it was coming out from the news media that it was dangerous and that it's contagious. And we're getting changes every day coming down from the governor's office. We're doing changes at the building to make sure that we're up and running. And Richie was always willing to help out. And he'd come to work, and I'd see him every day, and he'd have that N95 mask on. Sometimes he'd be holding 2 Lysol cans in his hands. He'd be disinfecting the building. He'd be taking out the garbage. He'd be doing whatever he had to do to make sure that the job got done, as if it was a normal day. And I'd look at him, and I'd say, man, you work hard. And he didn't even care COVID was going on. He just knew that his job was to come and make sure that we kept that building safe. And for me, watching you work as hard as you did alongside us, knowing how important it was to keep that building safe, was very inspirational. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done. I truly want to thank you for everything you've done. It's been a privilege. It's been an honor to work with you. And everyone's going to miss you. And you said you're going to come by. We hope you come by and visit us. And I want to congratulate you on an incredible career. Thank you, Rich.
No, I'm overwhelmed with this, but these are my family. I've watched these grow up, had 5, 6 chiefs I worked under, and they're all great people. I have nothing much to say, but I respected that I could work with all you guys, and let me stay there. I did my best. That's all you can ask. I know some of the greatest. Some's gone, some are here, but they were all my kids. They're my kids. There's Kelly. That's my neighbor.
Okay, I would like to ask our Deputy Mayor if he would do the honors for the next proclamation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I have Eagle Scout candidate Sam Zichelli come up, please? Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a proclamation honoring Eagle Scout Sam Zichelli. Whereas Boy Scouts of America is an organization. Just wait.
One second, Mr. Deputy
yeah,
Mayor.
thank you,
Just one
Mr.
second.
Mayor. I'll wait. What's that? They're leaving. They're leaving. Patience. I'm going to start over again, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence.
Absolutely, absolutely, and certainly we appreciate your patience. And when you put in 50 years in your place of employment in the future, we get a little extra time and a couple extra handshakes. But please.
You got about what, 40 more years to go? All right, let's start over again. So this is a proclamation honoring Eagle Scout Sam Zichelli. Whereas Boy Scouts of America is an organization that builds skills which young people need to deal with the eventual realities of life, not only developing in them an appreciation for nature, but also helping them to develop self-esteem and confidence that will lead to a sense of independence. Scouting offers young people responsible fun and adventure while training them in citizenship, service, and leadership. Whereas Boy Scout Troop 13 of Montclair, New Jersey was established in 1911 and has been operating continuously over 100 years. Troop 13 has been helping young people achieve their potential as leaders. As scouts achieve various scouting and leadership skills, they earn merit badges and advance through the ranks of Scout, Tenderfoot, Second Class, First Class, Star, Life, and Eagle. Troop 13 has proudly endorsed over hundreds of Eagle Scouts. I've been to a lot of the ceremonies, I can vouch for that. Whereas Eagle Scouts earned a total of 21 merit badges in fields such as first aid, citizenship in the community, citizenship in the nation, citizenship in the world, communication, cooking, personal fitness, emergency preparedness, life-saving, environmental science, sustainability, personal management, swimming, hiking, cycling, camping, family life. In addition, Eagle Scout candidates are required to complete a project that benefits their school, church, or community and entails planning and supervising of volunteers. And whereas Sam Zichelli, a member of Troop 13, has attained the rank of Eagle Scout, for his Eagle Service project, Sam committed his time to creating a memorial arboretum in honor of Charles Rob Roberts, a Glen Ridge police officer who passed away from the coronavirus. Sam worked with the Roberts family and the Borough of Glen Ridge to create the arboretum at the Glen Park. He began the project by setting a GoFundMe page and raised more than $3,000. Sam then gathered his team, cleared the slope at the park, dug the holes for the trees. Next, the team planted 18 trees, mulched the areas, and installed protective fencing. The team also built and installed 2 little lending libraries for books about nature and added a memorial marker to commemorate the death of Officer Roberts. Due to Hurricane Ida, the site was damaged, and Sam had to rebuild the libraries, plant additional trees, and restore the area. And whereas Sam graduated from Montclair High School, was the captain of the fencing team. He was also a member of the National Honor Society. Sam also serves as a volunteer with the Best Day Foundation, a nonprofit which helps special needs children build confidence and self-esteem through safe, fun, and adventurous activities. He's a certified lifeguard and works at the Verona swimming pool. Where do you get the time, Sam? Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognizes and salutes the outstanding accomplishments with an S of Sam Zichelli and joins Boy Scout Troop 13 of Montclair in congratulating him on attaining the rank of Eagle Scout. And Mr. Mayor, I so move.
Without objection. Thank you.
Certainly. Not a problem at all. Well done. Appreciate that. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if our second scout is here, Robeson Hammer.
I don't
Not
think
able
so.
to? Okay. I'll have you take this over to me.
All right, thank you, sir. And at this time, on our agenda, next our executive session. This is Resolution R-22-148, resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B. Subject is contract negotiations and litigations, and I so move.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And we will now move into executive session. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate that. All right, thank you, everybody, and welcome back. I appreciate that, and thank you, everybody, for your patience as we had noticed this in our meeting schedule. Unfortunately, with scheduling, we had to take care of some urgent matters in executive session, which we were able to attend to prior, but we appreciate everyone's patience on that. With that, we will come out of executive session and resume our meeting, and I'll open up to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this agenda, please make sure your comments are made during the public hearing for that ordinance. With that, without objection, I'll open up to public comment. Hearing no objection, public comment is open. Yeah, is that on?
Okay, I did sign up as well.
Appreciate it.
Hugh Giordano, Blackwood, New Jersey, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I am here as a representative of the UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 360. The UFCW is a 1.4 million member national union, and under the guise of the AFL-CIO, we are the official labor union that represents cannabis workers from seed to sale, both medical and adult use. I'm here in reference to Ascend. We represent a portion of that unit, the leads, and I know that they are looking to expand into the adult use market. And by not having that happen, it is affecting our workers' hours, and also being able to hire more leads, which will be members of the UFCW, which means living wages, healthcare benefits, dental, vision, prescription, retirement, training. These are union jobs. And I know that there's a lot that goes into this. You know, I've been working on cannabis for the local for a little over the decade. So I understand that there's lots of nuances to the local level. We just want, as a union, for you to know our side and how it's affecting the workers within the facility. We know that you have a job to do to protect the community, make sure things are done correctly and through rules and regs. But we also understand now that Ascend is trying their best to be a good neighbor. And through unionization, I think is a great way of showing that these young folks that live here in Montclair, who are well educated, who want to become more within their lives, have an opportunity to stay here and live here and have a great union job. So we're hoping that you will consider approving Ascend for the future. And on behalf of the UFCW and the AFL-CIO, I really appreciate your time, and I hope you have a nice night.
Thank you.
Adrienne O'Toole, 48 South Willow. Don't take this personally, but this has been a very rude evening. Whatever it is you were doing could be very important, I'm sure. The 3 minutes we would have spent speaking took less time than what it was for you to go up and have whatever meeting you had. I came to speak about the lack of attention to the seniors in town, plus a bunch of other things that I'll mention since you're all here tonight. What is happening with the Mills building, also called the Social Agency building and the United Way building, that is empty. It's in bad shape, but I know we had architectural plans done. What are you doing about that? I know we need parking in town. How about some transit system, jitneys, buses? The school buses could be used. You start getting together with other groups. You have to start thinking a little bit out of the box. You've done it out of this room already. What else? Oh, my same complaint about there's a rusted flagpole outside the social agency building. And there's no flagpole outside the library, nor the library in Bellevue Avenue. When I wrote to the library director, he wrote a letter back and said when the building was built, there were no plans for a flagpole. And when it was renovated, there were no plans for adding it. That is not a reason for not having a flag by a flagpole. The Upper Montclair Fire Department has a flagpole attached to the building. You could hang a flag. Anyway, there's no flag in front of a town building, and there should be. What else? I'm generally disappointed with the way you've all been working. Sorry. There's a morale in town hall is very low. You might know that too. And you've got to be able to figure it out. Who's running things? There's a lot of dissatisfaction in town. Get it together. Maybe you need a counseling session or something. There are plenty of people in town that provide TV help, corresponding help. There used to be more, I hate keep saying used to be, there used to be advisory committees in town. I was on a parking committee. There were budget committees. They've all either been disbanded or not used. I might be threatening to you, but you can use the power this town has in the volunteers. The volunteers are the ones that have kept everything going. May in Montclair, the first night, you mentioned things that people think about, and it's the volunteers in town. You have to start tapping these people and give them support and listen to what they say. Apparently you don't want them saying things wherever that came up that they have to keep their opinions private. There's business going on. People think things. You have to start tapping into that. Goodbye.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment?
Pardon me, Mayor,
Okay.
do you want comment for the particular ordinances during that hearing? Or
Yes, when we open up our hearing for ordinances. Yep. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll close public comment. Okay, come on up then. Anyone for public comment?
Good night, really. I left my kids at the end of dinner time and somehow still here. Hello, my name is Melanie. I'm a mother of 3 under 10, 2 are school-aged in Montclair Public Schools. It's nearly impossible.
Hold on one second. Well, somebody help me on the sound on that so we can hear. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
For what it's worth, I wasn't sure I'd even make it tonight. I don't have a very formally, nicely prepared speech like I might otherwise, but for what it's worth, it's nearly impossible for me to ever get to council meetings as I don't have the resources to splurge on childcare to then possibly wait extended time to participate in a meeting. Funny, I wrote that actually when I got here at 7:30, 8 o'clock. I'm here tonight to urge the council on 3 matters. 1, to make these meetings and public comment available virtually. It's about creating participatory democracy for the 21st century. If you want participation and actually value equal access for all residents, it is a must. I'm lucky I could call in a favor tonight to be here, but if you choose not to make these changes, you send a clear message to the residents you don't actually believe in participatory democracy for Montclair and don't really want to hear our opinions. 2nd, the fire service agreement. To begin, let's be clear, Glen Ridge should not pay less in the future than essentially the pennies it already pays now. It is truly an outrage. Shared service agreements should be transparent and should not result in a race to the bottom. The fire department is not financed based on use. If it was based on use, we would not have a fire department, and it's absurd to think Montclair residents are paying more than resident beneficiaries in Glen Ridge. Furthermore, the fire service agreement is a departure from prior agreements of this nature. With the world and markets as it is not the time to negotiate down at all of our expenses. This RFP is not a partnership. It's quite greedy, to be honest. A sport field should not be part of an FSA. If it is, it at least should be included, if only if it's more advantageous to Montclair. Mutual aid is not a fire department, and we shouldn't expect to step in for where they are lacking. 3rd, transparency and a public explanation for the choice of using O'Toole and Scrivio Esquire's firm for the FD promotions investigation. Was there any disclosed personal interest at the time of hiring this firm? For example, just looking at the recent lawsuit brought by Mr. O'Toole's sister should give any person of conscience pause when thinking about hiring such a firm. So that's what I have for tonight. I hope you will seriously consider some of these things, even if it's not so eloquently said, and to know that it took a lot to really be here, and a lot of people did leave very angry, and it's really sad to see that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I felt compelled to come and speak to you tonight and to stay as long as I have, as I am aware that the RFP for submissions to Glen Ridge for fire safety services is coming due in the next few weeks. While I do not generally take issue with my tax dollars being allocated for things like fire safety, education, social services, etc., I do take issue with providing financial assistance to the wealthy, and Glen Ridge is a wealthier town than Montclair. While the original arrangement for fire safety services between Montclair and Glen Ridge was seemingly fair, the most recent contracts for this arrangement has not been, and in fact has cost the taxpayers of Montclair a lot more than was originally bargained for. Thanks to the research done on this particular issue by concerned individuals in our town that has been widely shared, the people of our town are now aware of this exploitation, and we are all wondering why this decision has been made by our town council and why we have not only made this deal at a financial loss, but have also sweetened the deal for Glen Ridge by including the use of a valuable turf field that the kids of Montclair have limited to no access of. The people of our town are by and large politically progressive, and the lack of transparency around this issue, as well as other issues, does not reflect the values nor expectations of the Montclair constituency. I hope that an explanation as to how and why we are where we are with this arrangement will be provided. I also hope that the upcoming proposal will be fair. In addition, I believe you received the petition a while back for virtual comments for town meetings. Tonight would have been a perfect night to have virtual comments made available to the public. So many people are concerned about a number of issues, and many people actually showed up tonight. There was a large group outside a couple hours ago. It has dwindled steadily since then. So I suggest that going forward, you reinstate what was being done just a few months back by allowing virtual comment. It's not hard. You have the ability to do it. It's 2022, okay? And it's really not fair to people like Melanie, who would have come many times over, but can't on a regular basis and have legitimate concerns and are wanting to be involved in making this town better. So please reconsider. I know you got the petition. So many people signed it. This is what your constituency wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eileen Birmingham. I'm a resident of Montclair. I've stood up here before and I've emailed you data and numbers, and I know that you've heard from me about the Glen Ridge Fire Service Agreement. And tonight, so I'd like to make one final point, because to me this is fundamentally about the way the towns are in relationship with each other and the principle of fairness and respect. 30 years ago, Glen Ridge had a hybrid department of 9 career firefighters and 20 volunteers, and it was struggling and needed to hire at least 6 more career firefighters. Instead, they reached an agreement with Montclair and disbanded their department. Since that time, for over 30 years, the Montclair Fire Department has served the town of Glen Ridge very well, and Glen Ridge has received the services of an ISO Class II fire department with 4-minute response times, just as residents of Montclair have. And after that first agreement, Montclair has readily, generously renewed the agreement, and each time we have given more and more and more. We have taken on more spending. We have forgiven Glen Ridge debt. We have reduced their annual payment by over $300,000 while our expenses climbed. We have flushed their water system at our expense. We have offered a beautiful playing field for half a year while our children have to have their soccer games canceled due to muddy fields, their children happily play soccer on our field. Do they charge people to use our field? It might appear that they do, and this should be clarified. And despite all of this, it has never been enough. At the time of this renewal, Glen Ridge could have chosen to renew an already generous contract for 10 more years. They did not do so. They could have directly negotiated with us to establish a mutually agreeable deal, as they used to. They chose not to. Instead, they announced on Facebook that they were going to pit Montclair against Bloomfield again, seemingly wanting, again, more for less. Let's not repeat what happened in 2012. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on us. Glen Ridge has a 365-bed hospital within its borders. No individual homeowner in Montclair should be paying more for fire service than a 365-bed hospital. No other town in New Jersey would do this to its taxpayers. And remember, you cannot finance a fire department based on cost of use. It is not a viable model, and we should not take this approach when proposing a renewal. A fire department is like an insurance policy, and Montclair is paying a much higher premium. You should carefully assess whether it is appropriate to include a playing field in the contract, given our current generation of children. Flush Glen Ridge's water system at their expense rather than ours. And I will stop talking now, but I once again would urge you to, again, remember the principles of fairness and respect when it comes to this contract, because Montclair has shown a lot of that over the years, and Glen Ridge, unfortunately, has not.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to be here. Under any circumstance, I decided I would also stay. So I want to make sure that I got a chance to come up and thank you all again for what you've done for us with rent control, staying behind the community, the township, and all of our supporters, and making sure that that went through. And I'm sorry that all these issues and things are happening. It's kind of disconcerting to hear all of this. Kind of hurts my heart, but I'm sure you're going to be able to work it out, the universe, and find some resolve to all these issues and things that are happening. I would have also liked to see or experience public comments being at the beginning of the meeting, because no matter what, it was going to go as long as it's going to go. So we had this issue come up once before where the comments were moved. It's better to just have them at the beginning. I do also agree with the virtual component, but I do want to stay focused on making sure that the community knows that the Tenants Organization of Montclair is still fully in place, fully operable, gaining continuing to gain momentum. We're still bringing in more vice presidents and leaders, what we call leads in our buildings and in our multifamily homes. We're looking for block and street captains. We grew again today. We were out on Bloomfield Avenue at South Park Street, letting everybody know that we did it. And Montclair has rent control. Some people are still surprised. Others were coming over just to congratulate and cheer us on. And we also have some new members having joined us today, and knowing that we still needed to be present here at the council meeting. Silver lining, it's all going to get better. It's been a really hard time. I was just talking to one of our neighbors outside just about the understanding of how hard these times have been. They're not over. They are going to get really a lot better, but I do get it. We've been in a world health crisis, and a lot of people having a lot of issues still from coming out of this pandemic. So we still have to have the highest level possible of compassion, empathy, the understanding, commitment, dedication, resilience that has been previous to all of this happening. So I would like to see public comments just at the beginning. And then for those of you watching, 973-936-8848, Tenants Organization Montclair at gmail.com. We're still here for you. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm relatively new to Montclair for the last 2 years. I moved here from California. I have grandkids here and some friends, and overall, this is a wonderful town to live in. But I have quite a bit of time on my hands, so I started attending this kind of meetings. I'll have to tell you, it's mind-boggling that there are all these issues and these complaints, and there's Teflon. No reaction to some of them. There's the parking structure on Glenridge. I didn't know anything about it. The businesses complained about it. Many months later, nothing's happening. All this issue with this fire department agreement. I really don't understand. This is the 22nd century. This is the 2022, okay? And there's a bunch of very competent and smart people here, I presume. And you can get things done. You can respond to people. And the fact that the public is not able to participate, and you have people with 3 kids at home waiting for 3 hours to be able to speak, it's mind-boggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing, okay.
Hi, Jason Gleason, Montclair Center Business Improvement District, Mayor, Council. How are you this evening? Just wanted to quickly say thank you, actually, after the last time that I addressed you all. We've had very regular communications with some members of 205 Claremont, very apparently candid updates on the Glenridge parking deck. You took me up on my offer to be the communications wing to some of the more, I guess, tense folks there. And those conversations are going quite well, right? I think we've seen some of those tensions quell. And I think that if the township is able to sort of put its best foot forward and come through with some of the things that they are ostensibly offering, right, to some of those business owners who have been greatly affected by the construction of this deck, I think we're in a good spot there. There are obviously some other problems that are going to be happening after we solve this one current or these couple of current issues, but I think that we're in a good place moving forward. So I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to help. Right. I did though want to address the fact that there is an upcoming shutdown again of Glenridge Avenue. All right, it is going to be for a 5-day period, okay? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, from 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. It's going to lock down Glenridge Avenue from Forest Street to Willow Street. It's going to hermetically seal 5 businesses. You can imagine those 5 businesses are not too stoked. Those specific businesses, on top of the 22 odd, because obviously some come and go here as we've gone through the pandemic and through the construction of this project, have already been shut down for business, so to speak, due to a lack of being able to access by customers or their delivery drop-offs and being able to schedule employees correctly with very little to no notice on 9 separate occasions previously. So we are thankful for the heads up this time. We're able to give them 2 weeks notice. I'm not here to ask you anything specifically, right? Like, I don't know, make up for lost business for an entire week's worth of lost business for a business, or maybe something else that we could dream up that could be maybe making these businesses whole or satisfied. But I did want to make you aware that you will probably hear from some of these businesses because this is to do an aesthetic thing for the garage, right? We're going to put artwork up on the side of the parking garage, which at this moment, with all of the sort of conundrums and things that have happened with the building of this parking deck, putting some glass artwork on the side seems like, I don't know, a bit frivolous, right? When the deck isn't even open, and that's how the businesses are viewing it. I just wanted to come here and sort of like espouse this to you guys, because we were asked to put out notice to these businesses and let them know that the shutdown was happening. We immediately got kicked back. Some folks are pretty pissed about it. Maybe the artwork going up on the side of the building is to sort of alleviate the canyon effect that's coming along Glen Ridge Avenue. I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if this can be pushed back at a different date, or if this is part of the TCO that's going to be involved with opening the deck. I'm not quite sure if there's other things that can be alleviated, but just letting you guys know, not a super great or ideal situation for specifically those 5 businesses that are there between Forest and Willow. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Councilwoman?
I thank you for all the comments, but to the points Mr. Gleason just raised. Mr. Stafford, is there anything you can just elaborate or clarify as to what he just presented?
I don't have specifics beyond what Mr. Gleason provided. What I will do, of course, is see if it can be delayed. My initial reaction is that no, it can't. But certainly we can reach out to the developer and to its contractor. And I will certainly let you know, and certainly we'll let Mr. Gleason know what we learn.
Thank you. And Mr. Stafford, I know we heard at the last meeting about the communication piece. Mr. Gleason asked that directly, so I'm happy to hear how he feels it's being addressed, and kudos to you working on staff to make sure that happens. I know obviously appropriately hear about it when it didn't, and it is, so thank you for making sure that's occurring appropriately. Thank you.
Dear Mayor Spiller, council members, and town manager Stafford. My name is Colleen Doherty, and I live at 33 Warman Street. As we near the deadline for the Glen Ridge RFP request for fire suppression shared services, I would like to express a few thoughts and opinions. I don't believe you need advice negotiating a contract that is well thought out and fair to Montclair residents. I believe the easiest way to arrive at a bid amount is to analyze the percentage used by Glen Ridge and then offer to charge them that percentage of our town's own costs. I understand that it is more complicated than this, and I am simplifying for discussion purposes. I do not believe the Washington Field should be included in the negotiations in any way. My children do not play ball. But I have spoken to a few families, and they relayed to me that they often have to play on the field at Edgemont, which gets very wet and results in games needing to be rescheduled or canceled. In other words, I believe that Montclair residents would make good use of that field. Sadly, if we do not win the bid for shared services, the township may have to consider a reduction in our fire expenses. I do not say this lightly, as I know that there are real people behind a statement like this. Since I have your ear, I would also like to again bring up the pilot program in Montclair. Pilot stands for Payment in Lieu of Taxes. It is a good incentive for encouraging development in needed areas. However, there is no state mandate requiring these payments include local school districts. The revenue is not considered part of the tax levy, and as such, does not get allocated to the school district. I read recently that Cedar Grove shared pilot revenue with their school district. Does the council have any plans to share pilot revenue with the school district in the future, perhaps on future pilot initiatives? Would the council be willing to consider it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, I'm going to close public comments. Appreciate that. Next item on our agenda is approval of minutes. They've been presented to the council the minutes of March 1st, 2022, March 15th, 2022, and March 28th, 2022. Are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. These are our pending ordinances for second reading. First is pending Ordinance O-22-15, which is an ordinance adopting the amendment to the Seymour Street Redevelopment Plan to include a new section regarding wireless telecommunications facilities, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open it up to public comment. Is there objection? Seeing none, I'll open it up for comment on the pending ordinance. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the pending ordinance?
I have a question, which maybe you can answer. The ordinance that allows telecommunications in that location, is there sufficient, in your opinion, protection visually for the public that we are not going to be staring at an ugly cell tower in that location, or some kind of ugly element sticking out on the side of the building, as is frequently happens when promised we will not be seeing that?
Yes, certainly you can say that that's the intention of the ordinance, for sure.
So in your opinion, there is sufficient protection in this regard?
Well, should this pass, that's the opinion of the body, yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this pending ordinance? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Next is pending Ordinance O-22-16, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair to include a minimum setback requirement in the C1 Central Business Zone, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to make comments? Seeing none, I'll close the. Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
My
evening.
name is Johanna Coxeter. I am a resident of the 4th Ward in Montclair. And since a picture says 1,000 words, I will show you all my picture. And I've come here to share my opinion, but also to learn more, because there must be something I'm not understanding. The master plan states that we want 4 stories on Bloomfield Avenue. The zoning maps say 6 stories. It makes sense to bring those in alignment with each other at 4 stories, because we have several very large buildings on Bloomfield Avenue that feel out of proportion to the rest of the town. So I'm hoping that you will decide to bring those 2 things, zoning and master plan, into alignment with each other at 4 stories on Bloomfield Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to comment on the pending ordinance?
Good evening. My name is David Greenbaum, 91 Lloyd Road, Montclair. Born and raised in Montclair, former HPC commissioner. Joined the HPC predominantly because of the construction of Valley and Bloom, feeling that there was a degree of naivety and perhaps the chance of error on the part of our governing bodies, our planning board, perhaps our HPC at the time, and our town council. So I felt bringing architectural literacy would presumably help the township see things and perhaps make better choices and make better decisions for the benefit of the community. I'm here now, not as an HPC commissioner, but as a resident for the very issue that I maybe 8 years ago started on, which was to, again, protect the town and to make sure intelligent choices were made for the aesthetic, structural, and general quality of life for residents of Montclair and our guests. As my predecessor who spoke a moment ago mentioned, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I brought several to show you which I'm going to distribute to members of the council.
You can give them right to the clerk, and she'll pass them right down to us. Yep, thanks.
So I want to remind everybody that the idea of stepbacks and the idea of building heights are arbitrary without the context of the site. So I want to remind everybody that Bloomfield Avenue, as I'm sure you all are aware, runs effectively east-west, but it really runs southeast, coming from Verona. What that means is the direction of Bloomfield Avenue runs perpendicular to the line of the sun's inclination. So effectively what happens is anything that is built on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue effectively blocks the sun. And because of our latitude, where we are situated on the earth at 40 degrees plus, that height of the sun obviously varies significantly throughout the year. December 21st, of course, being the shortest day of the year, and July 21st, or June 21st being the longest day of the year. The shadows are directly affected by, obviously, the height of the sun. And so any construction that's done on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue is directly affected, directly blocks the sun. Now, if Bloomfield Avenue ran north-south, the conversation could be a different conversation. So obviously, anything that's done from a height point of view on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue will have a direct impact on the light, temperature of Bloomfield Avenue and our main commercial corridor, which is a pedestrian corridor as well as a residential and vehicular corridor. The second topic related besides height is the topic of setbacks or stepbacks. Now, there is a difference between the term setback and the term stepback. So we need to be clear. Stepback is moving from a certain height on the building to a recession of some depth, presumably to allow for more light and more air. As opposed to a setback, which would be coming off the street, a setback off the street of the line of the curtain wall, I guess, of the street. So we want to be clear, what we're talking about in this discussion is a step back, and what's currently proposed, which I believe is 10 feet, if you imagine a 10-foot step back on Bloomfield Avenue on the south side, it would absolutely have zero effect on light. So you're not accomplishing a single thing with a step back on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue. By the way, just for the public, the pictures I'm distributing to the town council are pictures of the shadows cast along Bloomfield Avenue taken from Google Earth. You can see yourself. You can actually look at it in some cases by date, time of the year. But these are pictures that I've taken. And you will see that Valley and Bloom in particular has stolen our sun and cast a shadow across the face of the police station, the gas station, and the whole north side of Bloomfield Avenue. And if you go to December 21st, it will be pitch black. And pretty much from September to maybe end of May, it'll be dark throughout the afternoon. So I think it's important when we make these decisions, we consider the quality of life, and these are just common sense issues. Our Historic Preservation Commission is made up of presumably people with expertise and knowledge in these subjects. One of whom, who's no longer a commissioner like myself, who had to leave because she couldn't wait. She's a deputy commissioner of New York City Landmarks. She was here prepared to speak. Some of the things she might have talked about might have been the 1916 zoning changes that took place in New York City because of the lack of light. And then they decided to require step backs and widen the streets. So 1961 they were revisited. So obviously, there are people and bodies that have made decisions to make improvements to past poor decisions. Here's our chance again to make the right decision. Here's some more images or shout-outs. So I don't think there's a single person I've met who has anything positive to say about Valley and Bloom. I did want to make a joke about stealing the sun or being stolarized, but maybe that might not be of the gravity and seriousness that this matter requires. I think each of you should look to your land use experts, present and former, planning board members, all of whom have a vast majority supported a limit of 4 stories to the Bloomfield Avenue C1 commercial district. And I think anybody on this council who votes and believes that other factors would prevent people from, in the future, from building because of construction requirements of wood versus steel or parking or density, don't count on it. I know it's a political hot potato, but the bottom line is, this is common sense. You represent the residents of this town. This is a no-brainer. You have to do what's right, and that's to protect the best interests of the town. Valley and Bloom is a failure. It's a disaster from the point of view of its blight on our community, and what you're doing now is basically codifying the bad decision and pushing it forward for the entire length of Montclair's commercial district. And I would implore upon you that we look at 4 stories as a max, and step backs should be considered at least 12 feet, and we should also consider a step back perhaps going east-west, not just the street, not just the street-facing angle, but the perpendicular lines to allow light coming through this way. So I think there needs to be more thought, and I think it would be imprudent to approve what is currently on the table at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kathleen Bennett, resident of Montclair for 40 years. I am also a member of the HPC, current member, and I am urging this council, please, to change your opinion and keep the lower heights on Bloomfield Avenue. Our own HPC element of the master plan, if I can quote, calls for preservation and protection of historic fabric for present, future generations, has a tangible link to the community's past, and is a record of the township's history. And we all know that the Bloomfield Avenue corridor, aside from the newer buildings, has a low height, old, tangible beauty to it. It also says on number 7, enhancement of the historic commercial corridors that attract businesses and cultural amenities. These are things that are in our master plan for the HPC. So I urge you to think about that when you make your decision. I know this is the second reading. I know it will go to for the next meeting, and I plan to come to speak at that and to hear what you have to say then. But before what I would also like to address is a letter that was in the Montclair Local, July 21st. I don't know if anyone has read it, but it's a very interesting letter from a 4th Ward resident. And I think it resonates with me as a 1st Ward resident. As the South Ward and the North Ward have very similar concerns. What Mr. Jeffrey Grayson, if I may be so bold to read what he said, he says, post 9/11, Montclair is a completely different community. The geographical lines are the same, but the character and attitude has changed. It seems like the goal is to put 20 pounds of meat into a bun that has a 5-pound limit. Let's see how many people we can shoehorn into town. If we can't build out, we will build up. Even sadder than the overdevelopment of the town is the erosion of neighborhood unity. Come one, come all, if you can afford the high price of living here, we don't care if you break the soul of Montclair. The village that I spoke of has been replaced by isolation, entitlement, and privilege. What's happening in Montclair is a microcosm of what's happening in America. The unity has been replaced by division, bridge building has been replaced by wall builders. So I would like you to consider that Again, people from two different ends of town have the same opinion. By putting up larger buildings along that corridor, not only will you be destroying the historic ambiance of what we once had, and what we continue to have to this day, but it's also you're building walls, you're building divisions between people. And I'd like to know, really, what is the impetus behind this? What is the good of putting up taller buildings to have more people into town? Will our town ever be built out? Have you considered that? I'm really serious. What is the purpose? What are the benefits to the residents here of really building out the town? Does anyone have an answer? What are the benefits? Does it affect our tax bill?
These are all comments, but we'll make our comments as soon as everyone's finished in public comment. We have our comments.
Okay, well, I hope you do. And again, I urge you, please, to reconsider what is on the table right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin Schwartz, South Fullerton, Montclair. I think you have to ask yourself, who are you working for? Because since the 2015 master plan, hundreds of people came forward and said they did not want an overdeveloped, too tall feeling township here. And yet you have, those of you in particular who were here before, have not responded to that in any way. In 2018, the planning board put forward recommendations to reduce heights to 4 stories, which are entirely within your purview and authority to do so with zoning changes. The same way that you pass redevelopment plans, you can reduce heights to 4 stories. 2 to 4 stories is pretty much what we have along Bloomfield Avenue, with the exception of a couple of choice redevelopment areas, of which I was involved with and supported. But that doesn't mean allowing other areas to be able to be built out. And will that happen? It will indeed, because builders are able to get around laws and work ways and assemble lots that will allow 6-story buildings to come. We see the effect of that, and you have done nothing about it. This is the time to take the modifications that are being recommended by the planning board, which already voted to support 4 stories multiple times. The HPC has voted to support 4 stories, and to implement that into the zoning code. The setback at 10 feet is good, 12 feet is better, but okay. But 4 stories is really what's needed here. You allowed, those of you here before allowed yourself to be manipulated to approve a lot change, and we end up with a 6-story building on North Willow. It will happen again. We almost had a 6-story building on Elm Street, but for political pushback, it was stopped. So you are still maintaining the conditions where developers will be able to get around the zoning and will be able to implement 6-story buildings, and it will be on you. In the same way Valley and Bloom is on the Freed administration, Jerry Freed in particular, Catherine Weller, who supported it, and those were here. The next massive building that will be allowed that was not approved will be on you. So take the changes that are being recommended from the planning board that you are implementing and follow the master plan. A lot of people spent a lot of time reviewing that. You need to follow those recommendations.
Thank you.
Hello, Lisanne Renner, 42 Godfrey Road. I just want to echo what a lot of people have said here today. I support that. I remember, and I'm sure a lot of you remember, the many, many, many hours spent creating the master plan, all the work that went into that, and a lot of smart thought and thinking went into that, and people came up with 4 stories, and that seemed like a very good idea, and I think it's very wise to have that comport with the zoning. So I advocate 4 stories. I've been recently into a couple of downtowns in New Jersey, Westwood recently, and Madison. Both have charming downtowns, and they're charming because they're historic, and those buildings are not more than 4 stories, and they feel cohesive, and they're places that you want to walk and stroll and eat and shop, and they look pretty vibrant right now, even considering we've been going through economically in the last 2 years. So I'd love to see that continue in Montclair, and I just want to support 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy. Jason Gleason again, Montclair Center Business Improvement District. I guess I'd like to start by saying that the bid doesn't necessarily disapprove of either zoning change that is being proposed this evening, either ordinance. Where we may differ from some of the counterparts that you've heard this evening is that, you know, the whole 6 to 4 stories thing, you know, ostensibly, I guess it's not really needed. There was an ordinance change last year, I believe it was O-23-21, which, you know, can't build 15% on your businesses, on your buildings, and you can't intensify use change without going for a parking variance, right? So can't park it, can't build it, right? So not necessarily necessary, ostensibly, you know, downzone the bid. So I guess that first and foremost, I am glad that Mr. Schwartz pointed out that these giant buildings that everybody keeps talking about, like, woo, boogie buildings, are redevelopment zones, right? But we're actually talking about the C1 and the C3 here, which I think is really important to note. I will point out, though, which I think is interesting to note, and I have my only question, and it's a rhetorical one, is let's go back to the Glen Ridge Avenue parking deck, the Midtown deck, right? Where was the planning board and maybe even the planning office? Because the concern is this canyon effect, right? Whoa, the canyon effect. It's like a 5.5-story building at the highest level there. It's basically like the Death Star when you're standing next to it. You know, like 8-foot or 9-foot setback sidewalk and just a straight cliff, straight up. Nobody thought of that, or no big deal? I mean, that's a 42-foot wide street, Glen Ridge Avenue. We're talking about Bloomfield Avenue right now, and everyone's like, oh, the canyon effect. Basically, none of those buildings that are 2, 3, 4 stories have changed since the 50s. There's that picture that was going around. It was in the local. I've seen it like memes and stuff on Instagram about it too. Since the 50s. I mean, is there like a stack at the planning office or stack of permits at the building department for buildings to go up to 6 stories right now? I mean, what is this predicated upon? I know that there was a master plan revision in 2021. I'm still scratching my head and like, who's in the room in that revision? 4 to 6 stories, that was in 2018, 2016. It's hard to keep up because I only have the 2021 copy. That's what's on the township website now. I know I'm rambling, and some of these are like rhetorical questions now here, but you get what I'm going at here, right? Are we meant to believe that the canyon effect is like that's the thing? That's the real thing we're worried about here? 42-foot street on Glen Ridge Avenue with a 5.5-story parking deck. That's a township building that was allowed. Where was the planning board and the planning office when that thing got approved? Not allowed involved. Okay. Well, I guess that's for the planning board and the council to divvy up then. But either way, my last comment, and I guess I'll piggyback on what this lovely lady came and said to you guys as well. And I guess it will go back to my question about the 2021 revision of the master plan and who was involved or who wasn't involved in that revision. Is there used to be a lot of advisory committees. I sat on a couple of them. They were awesome. I loved being a part of sort of that civic engagement, right? And being involved in like parking and pedestrian safety and a whole host of other issues that were going on within the township. At that time that I was involved in those committees, I didn't think the township viewed public and civic engagement in a number of activities as a threat, right? it seemed like the township really wanted to sort of embrace the brain trust that we have in this town. And it's a mighty, mighty brain trust, right? Doesn't seem like those are active anymore. So back to that, the comment that the lady made, I think there's a direct correlation here because it's something that the bid feels quite often as well. And it relates right back to this master plan. And when we keep making these decisions about zoning and all this stuff, like who's involved, right? Who's guiding these decisions? Who's making these decisions? And I don't think that I'm saying a whole lot of different things than maybe some of the folks that are saying behind me. I might be saying, hey, let's not, 6 stories isn't that big of a deal. And they're saying, no, it should be 4 stories. But I think the sort of the meeting point of the thing that we're both saying is nobody's listening, right? Nobody's allowing us to have this civic discourse. No one's allowed, no tables built for us to sit around and like have these discussions together. This is our chance for public comment. So here we are and you're hearing from us, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. 6 stories is indeed too high. It's too dense. It's too much. As far as the parking garages go, yeah, they're way too high too. But the other question is, how many cars are parking in the parking lot? 0. How many cars are parking in the parking lot up by the pre-K? 0. We need to do a much better job. Last time I was here, I was asking some questions about the law firm that was chosen and the method. And I understand that there's a new response and that there were staff members making recommendations. I would like to know now that that response has been corrected, who were the staff members? What recommendations did they make? And is anyone listening? But also, does anyone care? Because a lot of times it just doesn't seem like anyone cares.
Anyone else for comment on the ordinance? Going once? Okay. I will, okay.
Hello again. I wasn't planning on commenting on this ordinance, but as people were speaking, I was thinking about all of the comments on Secret Montclair on Facebook that I've been seeing regarding power outages in town that seem to be happening more and more frequently. And I can't help but wonder how much of that has to do with development and how that's affecting our power grid. And so I'm really curious, as we're thinking about developing more and more in Montclair, especially if we're going from 2 stories to 4 stories to 6 stories, we're just exponentially increasing the population. What is being done about the infrastructure? Is there a plan for that to, do something about the power grid? Because more and more people are working from home since COVID. So I have personally known a number of families who are working from home and their power is going out on a fairly regular basis these days, especially with climate change and the heat waves and, so I hope that that is something that is not just being considered, but actually being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the ordinance? All right, without objection, I'll close public comment. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, close public comment. I will say just briefly to some of those pieces, and certainly appreciate all of those comments. No particular order, just because there's certainly a decent amount there, but power grid conversations, absolutely, conversations with PSE&G all the time. Right now, the infrastructure that they have servicing not just Montclair, but Montclair and surrounding towns is aging. It's a challenge. It has been. They're always looking for what that means, because what that usually means for them as well is significant costs, larger sites, et cetera, right? So there's a lot of challenge around how do you do that infrastructure work. We've also been doing work ourselves. Maybe you've seen some of the pieces around microgrids and other things that we've worked towards at our level that we can have control over. So short answer to that's yes on both those fronts. So that's an important piece as well. Certainly want to appreciate the comments that were noted, and certainly especially the one around the big developments, all of them that were noted, and the sizes. Those were redevelopment agreements. All of those ones allow for any size at all, right, that's approved at that time, right, despite any of the zoning. I couldn't agree more. I think probably everyone up here would as well. No one was involved in it. No one likes the look of Valley and Bloom, and what came out there, that's, I know, what spurred many of us to make sure our voices were involved in the process. And certainly the example of that then is Seymour Street and the project there, and could not be more proud of the previous council owning that and exactly what that means and exactly what we were looking for in terms of a piece that is large, by the way. It's a considerable building, but it's married to aesthetics and other pieces to the neighborhood, and certainly offers tremendous community benefit with the plaza that is there, and it's a wonderful addition, and certainly we could not be more pleased with that project. It's a good example of done well, and maybe not as well by some standards on a Valley and Bloom for anyone who is looking at that. So I think the work, I think one of the comments was a previous council owns the Valley and Bloom, and certainly, yeah, we gladly own, and I know it's the previous council that a few of us did serve on, we gladly own Seymour Street, and I think that's the product that we stand behind and we fight for, and that's what we're all about. Specific to this, certainly we'll note, and Jason, appreciate your comments, but we'll note when you say, where's the forum, where do people listen, and how do you find that balance? We do hear it all the time. You were one speaking adamantly against that parking ordinance that we passed, that you cite here as the reason that's going to keep this in check. But to your point, right, and so I will say you can't have both ways, but yes, it does keep it in check. So I appreciate you noting that in your comments now. But that is the example, right? You and others spoke. You didn't like it then, but certainly it is the example of we do have that balance, and that's what we are here faced with all the time. You'll hear people saying, nope, don't do those limitations, and we do the limitations to stop certain things, and then you hear how it does put a barrier around doing things that we don't want to see in terms of height development, et cetera. We also are looking at this piece, and I'm sure my colleagues will have comments as well, that we feel the pieces that are in place will keep the character. Again, the big buildings everyone is talking about are redevelopment plans, right? And that is based on redevelopment plans done well. I would argue if it's done well, Seymour Street, and we're pretty proud of it, yeah, that's a good thing. Not done as well, and not to criticize the previous council, but Valley and Bloom, maybe not as well, and that's what you get. So all of these things we absolutely take into consideration, and certainly we do hear from sometimes varying opinions, as we heard tonight, as to should it be limited or not, and varying opinions when we pass some of the things that do limit sizing previously. They all tie together. Those ordinances didn't happen by accident. We passed those ones there with a purpose, and certainly this, in addition to that, is along those lines, to find that balance with that purpose, to make sure we do keep that character. And it has been successful by almost anyone's account here, in terms of everybody talking about the long history of the view of what it looks like on Bloomfield Avenue. It has been maintained for the reasons that we note in the ordinances that have been passed. So, that is the genesis of this. It is that work through looking at all of the different pieces that have existed and we want to put forward now, and the laws that are within our power to enact to keep that balance. So that's how we came to this ordinance, and that's how we balance all the different feedback, sometimes varying again, that we hear here. With that, I'll open up to any other comments from my colleagues on this matter, or put it to a vote. Yep, Councilman Jacobellis.
Just a quick comment, Mayor. I think, for me, what's important here is, I think this is a very big deal, right? This represents tens of millions of dollars in value and property. It's a very, very big and a very, very serious decision. And the action that we're taking tonight is a baby step. It's certainly not a step in the wrong direction. It may not be a step for as far enough as folks want us to go, but it is a baby step. The action that we are taking tonight literally rezones several lots of C1 to C3, specifically to make sure we're lowering the heights from 6 stories to 3 stories where it abuts against a residential area. That was important for us to do. That's what my comments were publicly about, addressing this with a scalpel versus a sledgehammer, We looked at a neighborhood, particularly the Portland Place area. We saw we had a C1 butting up against the residential zone, single-family homes, and we saw that that needed a correction. The other thing was the setbacks. We heard loud and clear from folks that having these tall facades was a problem in town. The change that we're making tonight is going to ensure that above the third story and any new building in the C1 will always have a 10-foot setback. That's a big deal. That's a big change. So I know we're not doing as much as some people want for us to do, but these are baby steps, I think, in the right direction. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, I also would like to just say something very briefly about going forward. I know that comments have been made about some of the buildings that have been built here in the past. One of the issues that has come up at the planning board and going forward, it's going to be changed, and I know Ms. Lockman is here and Ms. Talley is here. Going forward, we are going to see full-scale, actual little models of future projects going forward. I believe in the next couple of weeks, we're going to see Lackawanna Plaza. We're going now. It's huge, the model. It's going to be on display. Everyone will have a chance to come see it. I think that's a really, really important thing that we should do going forward. It's, you know, I've been on the planning board. I've been on this dais for a long time. I bring certain things to certain subjects, but I'm not an architect and I'm not a planner. And it's really hard sometimes to look at giant plans sitting next to each other like this, or even in my kitchen, to see what's being planned and what's being proposed. So going forward, we are going to have actual doll houses, for lack of a better word, and I think that's going to help all of us going forward. And we're going to be able to see the facade of a parking deck and the heights and the levels and the wedding cake facades of things, and I'm really looking forward to that. So be on the lookout for the Lackawanna Plaza project. It's coming up, and you'll be able to see the structure shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks again for those of you who had reviewed this and studied it with care, and as I've come to understand it. In particular, I think the Portland Place, again, which is being downgraded from a C1, if that's the right term, to a C3, just to make sure that the heights are more appropriate for that neighborhood, I think is a particular thing that I wanted. Again, Councilman Iacobellis noted it, but I just wanted to amplify that as well. I think that's the right kind of step, as well as the step backs that were described in terms of just avoiding that canyon effect. But, I think as was reframed, it's really understanding that it's taking certain steps and there's still a universe of things to discuss, but, let's live into this for some time and other changes can be considered over time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Cummings?
My concern is the deviation from the master plan without no real communication amongst us and what happens down the road. Because it seems like we're starting to take an area that seems to fit this need, and then we'll find other ways to fit the need in the future. And I think if we have a master plan, we need to follow it. It was created, and I'd really like to know, that's the appetite that I'm really concerned about. This area that we're talking about, I don't really look at it as Bloomfield Avenue. But I think for me, I've got problems with just doing this and doing it in such a way that it seems like we're veering from a decision that was brought to you guys, and now we're going to move forward on something that our own planning board did not approve. So I think we need to start really adhering to whether or not we're going to follow something, because we keep changing things, and this is just going to keep coming up. So so I think you kind of know where I am on this, and I think we need to really take a look at how we're going to pursue and follow a master plan, and look at, next time we have the master plan to be changed, really follow up with what is determined in there and have input from everyone.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is pending Ordinance O-22-17, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair regarding mixed-use building requirements, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open it to public comment on this pending ordinance. Is there objection? Hearing none, I will now open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak for Ordinance O-22-17? Okay, seeing none, without objection, I'll close comments on this pending ordinance. Hearing no objection, public comment on this ordinance is closed. Any comments? Hearing none, Madam.
Sorry.
Yep. Comment? Yep. Councilman Yacobelis.
I know it's late. I do want to just thank Janice Talley, our town planner, for the work on this. This particular ordinance and the changes here are meant to address curb cuts in the middle of buildings to make sure that the entry for parking is off to the side. It also addresses the depth and ensuring there's a minimum depth requirement for retailers and codifies again that we don't have office or residential on the first level and commercial. So I think just again, a really important tweaks to the zoning law. So thank you to the planner.
Yep, that's a good point. And certainly we do appreciate that. Some of the aesthetics of the ones that we're correcting with this, it's well needed. So thank you. Madam Clerk?
No, I'd like to just real
Councilman
quick,
Cummings?
the fact that this is something we were willing to say Janice participated in. So it's like, it seems though, we pick and choose when we want to follow leadership. Although I think this is not a bad decision here, but I think it goes to process again, which I'm going to harp on for a while now. Thank you.
Any other comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. The next pending ordinance is O-22-18, which is a fully funded capital ordinance providing various parking utility capital improvements in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, and appropriating the sum of $760,000 from the Parking Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof, and I so move.
Second.
And certainly, as I know, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, I know you harp on this as well. You've been serving on the Finance Committee for a long time. Key piece there, too, is that fully funded capital ordinance, which we are very proud of, that debt reduction, saving millions of dollars to residents yearly. So couldn't be more excited about that. And again, doing the necessary improvements that are needed. Any other comments? I will, without objection, open it to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this pending ordinance at this time? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close public comment. Public comment is closed. Any additional comments? Councilman Yacobelis?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to call attention to, first of all, thank you to the Finance Committee for your work on this, and to the staff. I want to call attention to two items on here because it's literal dollar-solving problems. One being $200,000 for ADA upgrades to the alleyway to access the Midtown deck, which is, we've been told, is necessary in order to get the CO to be able to open the Midtown deck. And the other is $230,000 to continue to go towards the acquisition and installation of parking meters and pay stations. We're not forgetting about Metergate last year. Continue to invest in upgrading the parking infrastructure. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is pending ordinance O-22-19, again, a fully funded capital ordinance providing for various water utility capital improvements in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, appropriating the sum of $2,600,000 from the Water Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on ordinance O-22-19? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close public comment. And again, much needed improvements. We all know the impact of aging water system, and certainly Gary Abzarni, appreciate your efforts in this regard, and certainly making sure that we are always ahead of where other townships have been on this, and certainly pushing the envelope in terms of making sure we're doing as many repairs as possible. And certainly on our end, what we can control, the council side, making sure that we're doing it with fully funded capital ordinances and getting the work done as well. Any other comments? Councilman Yacobelis?
And I'll just call out in this case, and this is something that Councilor Schlager, Mayor Spiller, and I have been working on at EDC level and directly with residents and with Congresswoman Cheryl's office. And my mind is going blank because it's so late. DEP at the state level, $1.2 million in this for cleaning up contamination on Burnside, which is necessary and required by law before we can even think about any of the flooding mitigation. So again, another thing that something that came up, we're working on solving. Thank you.
Yep. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we have new ordinances. The first is Ordinance O-22-20, which is a fully funded capital ordinance providing for refurbishing of the sewer slip lining to remove infiltration and manhole rehabilitation and appropriating the sum of $2.1 million from the Sewer Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-21, which is an ordinance establishing a handicap parking space in front of the property located at 83 Park Street, Montclair. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yep.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we have a number of resolutions that we have here to move forward. Without objection, I'll briefly read these and add them to a consent motion. So please let me know if there's objection or holding any of them out. First is Resolution R-22-149, which is awarding the contract for the purchase of firefighter personal escape systems for the fire department. Next is Resolution R-22-150, which is authorizing the refund of escrow account balances. Next is R-22-151, which is authorizing, rewarding the contract for purchase and install animal transport cages for the health department. Next is R-22-152, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with CME associations for engineering services related to the township's water system and sanitary sewer system. Next is Resolution R-22-153, authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Richard Fleming for engineering services related to water distribution and environmental services for the parking and parking deck structures. Next, we've got Resolution R-22-154, awarding the contract for IPS Group for proprietary support and maintenance of our parking meters and pay stations. Another big one, and certainly Manny, we appreciate your work on this along with Gary to really push them on the challenges we had with the work and get them to cover significant portions of costs. So we thank you for that work around these ones as well. Next is Resolution R-22-155, authorizing the execution of a license agreement for property situated at 182 Glenridge Avenue. Resolution R-22-156, resolution amending the non-fair and open contract for Burr Legal Services as special counsel to serve as Section 8 hearing officer. Next is Resolution 22-157, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Phillips Price Scraggle for professional planning to Lackawanna. Next is Resolution R-22-158, a resolution to obtain a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for the fire department personnel. Next is Resolution R-22-159, a resolution authorizing the execution of a contract with Monarch Housing for housing consultant services in preparation of a strategic plan to end homelessness in Montclair. Next is Resolution R-22-160, a resolution authorizing the renewal of the inactive alcoholic beverage license for the office Montclair for a term ending in June 30th, 2023. Next is Resolution R-22-161, which is authorizing a shared service agreement with the Board of Education for school resource officers for 2022-23. Next is Resolution R-22-162, which is amending the contract for the Aubrey Group for grant writer services. Next is Resolution R-22-164, which is a resolution awarding contract for Canterbury Park improvements. Resolution R-22-165, authorizing grant application submission and execution of a grant for the contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for Highland Avenue improvements, Phase 2. And I'll leave the bill list separate for that. But again, I think as we listened, I didn't hear an objection to moving them, so I will move them in bulk. I so move.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded, and certainly I think residents all heard in there a number of things, from infrastructure improvements that we continue to focus on to the tune of millions of dollars, all while reducing our debt. Last we looked at, to the tune of $2 to $3 million a year saved in debt services for taxpayers here in Montclair, using those dollars, making sure we're allocating it to the other priorities of the township as well. We talked about the work on homelessness that you see here in these resolutions. Talk about other resolutions that are making sure we continue to aggressively look for grants and find other dollars, as Councilman Iacobellis noted, to do massive improvements or other things that we're doing here in town, whether it's cleanup services or otherwise, funding our health department, certainly in the great work they've been doing during COVID, but also as they come out of it, the work that's there. In addition to the work that we do and around rent control, and we heard some comments around that tonight as well, and some of the work we've done to make sure Montclair stays affordable. We see here the work that we fund in order for Section 8 housing and some of the other pieces that are included in this as well. And certainly, as the councilman noted and others, we continue to make sure we're looking at those infrastructure improvements around parking, whether it's parking meters, and other parking improvements, to make sure we don't see those as challenges in the future. We continue to partner with our school system in this as well, and of course, we continue to make improvements to our parks, which is a huge piece and certainly a noted inconvenience while work is being done, but putting us forward to make sure we continue to constantly have parks that represent the condition that we need here in this township. So a broad array of things that we continue to work on, and certainly things that we're proud of to continue to move forward with. And with that, I will put it to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, before you vote, may I say one thing?
Yes.
We did you a disservice by inadvertently omitting 4 words from item 10's resolution heading. It does say Montclair Fire Department personnel. However, the grant is not for personnel. It's for personal protective equipment for fire department personnel. We are making a grant application through the State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for American Rescue Plan funding to fund personal protective equipment for firefighters in the form of 23 sets of turnout gear, helmets, bunker coats, bunker pants, etc. Turnout gear, PPE for personnel.
Thank you. Thank you for noting that for everyone to hear, and certainly we appreciate the work, and it is all levels of government coordinating. As you know, Mr. Stafford, you were on our last mayor-manager call with all the mayors and managers in town, and the ability that every town can take advantage of that, which is what's occurring, is huge, and certainly we have to thank the county and state level for helping to provide those dollars, and certainly everything coming through federally as well. So good example of everybody working together and everybody benefiting from that at all levels of government and all towns as well. Thank you for that, Mr. Stafford. Now, Madam Clerk, if you would.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-22-163, and Councilwoman Schlager, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated July 26 to the year of 2022 for the amount of $20,320,162.20. And I so move.
Second?
Any questions, concerns, or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Stafford, any comments?
I have nothing else this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Manager?
No comments, Mayor.
Township Attorney?
No comments tonight, Mayor.
Assistant Attorney? Madam Clerk?
I have no report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the lateness in the hour, I'm going to save it for the next meeting, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schlager?
Oh, I just want to say that I was a little hesitant about the new traffic lights on Bloomfield Avenue, but now that they're all installed and working, they're really terrific. They are so big and bright, and the height is really good. The black wrought iron that they're made of looks really good, and this, I see the cameras on there. So I just want a big shout out to Essex County, who installed them all along Bloomfield Avenue, along with a little help from Montclair that they were before a lot of the development that went on. So just want to thank them for those nice lights. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, Councilwoman, that you definitely enjoyed them because you took the time to call me while you were looking at those lights, saying how much you love the lights. So that's rare when I get that call. Certainly to that point, too, all those cameras that you note on there, the system, in addition to, obviously getting all the new lights, it will be designed so that, when pedestrians activate the systems and cross at any of the intersections, they'll be able to move through safely and freely. Also, vehicular traffic will be able to monitor the number of vehicles and who's waiting at what intersections to also allow for efficient use of flow of traffic. And certainly, everyone can see, if not where they're even operational yet, the turn signals that are going in many intersections, which also help with the flow of traffic and also make things safer as that moves through. So from so many levels, improve safety, improve pedestrian access and ability to move through, improve vehicular traffic and flow. Certainly a home run on that front. So and they do look nice. So I agree too. They do look great. Councilman Yacovellis.
No comments this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
You bet. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly acknowledge, I know Mr. Stafford had the flags lowered today to acknowledge the passing of Selman Ron Dancer, served from, well, I know he's from Plumstead, which is somewhere in South Ocean County or so. I had worked with him many years ago in Trenton on a bill to do with volunteerism and incentivizing that, and just a very decent man who I had the occasion to work with, and just wanted to acknowledge him. Before Michelle Camerato's here in the room, I just wanted to acknowledge we had the 4th of July parade, which was extraordinary and a great, of course, coming together of many volunteers, but with your staff work and I'm sure many others, wanted to acknowledge how great it was to have that and participate this year. The Jazz Fest is kind of kicking off with some of the sound check series, and that's been really great to come together with folks. We know lots of other challenging issues that we're facing, but it's really just nice to lift up some of the positive things that are also going on. I was made aware from the manager that, and I don't know, you were able to, do you want to actually make any kind of comment with regard to the staffing to do at the Senior Services Office?
Well, I would just say that as of Friday, I think it was July 22nd, an experienced full-time Senior Services Office employee has been directly tasked with ensuring that nothing goes undone. No work or tasks are not performed. To assist and ensure that we are going to seek to recruit and onboard as quickly as practical a temporary part-time clerical to assist so that, again, nothing goes undone. Additionally, the Health Department leadership team is working to ensure that continued sufficient redundancies exist and are employed so that everything that needs to get done is getting done.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know my colleagues would as well, and just that members of the public will, of course, let them know that there's someone to reach out to, as there has been, but just additionally somebody who's been tasked. Okay. Everything else can sort of hold, but I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. Thanks.
Oh, absolutely. And certainly I think that's a good example and was noted here. Again, those services were being provided, but certainly heard feedback from the community, and certainly, Councilwoman, as you noted. And Mr. Stafford, we appreciate you acting swiftly to make sure you have redundancies there and making sure that issue is addressed appropriately. So a good example of we do here. We obviously have to let everybody make their comments and certainly save ours for the end. But we hear them and we act appropriately to make sure those things are addressed. We heard a couple on them on communication even tonight, and certainly making sure adding additional staffing there is helpful. So appreciate that. Councilman Cummings.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have one thing. I do want to apologize to the residents who came here earlier. Although I think, when I was on the Board of Ed, we used to do executive session prior to the meetings. And, it was able to keep public comment in a point. I think tonight was it was unfortunate, and we did have some, important issues to take care of, and I think as we move forward, we need to take into consideration how we're going to move that now that we are in session like this, because I just, I sincerely do apologize, and I think that was something that we could have handled a little bit better.
Thank you, Councilman, and certainly I think everyone would concur and agree, and we hate to do that, and don't, but we obviously have matters that we can't discuss, unfortunately, to note, so that puts us in a little bit of a bind, but that necessitated that meeting. But thank you very much, and certainly I would just note, and certainly as we've all discussed here, a lot of different things that we have heard, and some of the pieces here that people see are being addressed. As the councilman kind of noted in his closing, and I'll say here, in addition to some of the other areas that we hear about, sometimes conversations about contracts or open bids or other pieces, that challenge around it is, and often in many cases, and certainly around even personnel matters, we are precluded from commenting on those. We can't poison a process. We also can't divulge certain information, so it definitely leaves you with your hands tied a little bit, but we certainly try to put out as much information as we can and do it in a manner that helps us explain the actions and processes without undermining the very efforts to make sure that Montclair residents are best served by getting the best deal for taxpayers, and getting the best services we can provide as well. So with that, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.